Chew. Uh-oh. I have my hi. Come on. We have a chat at the
Baby pa si LNW-SHo. LNW, this is for you. Jowa. English. Just coming into my mouth right now. Exactly the point. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up to the very, very most supportive LNW-SHo. We are our very own LNW-SHO. I thought I only have two, Joel. Can you make me three? Joel, I have three, Joel. Are you including me as your Joel? Oh no, happy birthday, baby. Yes, happy birthday, mom. Oh yes, oh yeah. Who is your baby? Who is your baby boy? You, because you are an angel baby. Angel Burger. You can call me baby also. Huh? My friend, you know you are crazy. I will call you crazy in love show. Yes. Sorry. LNW-SHo? LNW-SHo, yeah.
I've got a little setback with show and retro. I see you in the chat box. You're freaking out right now.
You got the look, the pipes, you got the vibe, and I'm not going to be sugarcoated. I'm into it. Are you currently under application right now? What you have, I want.
LNW-SHo, yeah.
And what you want,
I'm very available and
it's okay.
Eating is really oh, are you crazy? Wait, what is crazy? My first time to do this job. Crazy for you, I'm sure. So now you can choose them some of the activity where you put your stay on the other side. Show history. Eggs, no eggs.
Welcome to the LNW-SHo.
Nice to meet. Alright, I'm gonna try to see if I can find my screen. I can log it up. Right answer. Buffering. Bulu. Daba, I'm gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna load today or what? I'm just sitting here waiting forever. Hello, TV. Is that you, Life Club? I don't see Life Club anymore, but I see TV out. I don't know if choose model. It might have been here. Get to my channel, see. My channel. Right. I see my What's September? I happened to the 30th of August. That's the Hello. BUDOL double call, baby. Where's you at? Make sure to choose model. Some of these people look up and make sure that they're legit. Yes, all right. Thank you, thank you. Yep. Oh heck, I'm talking and I'm muted. Hey, the web's on everybody. I think you beautiful in the web's on. Great thing. Fun person female. Go check her out. You got me and me, Evie, Daba. Thank you all. 8 day. Yeah, music. This kind of new ass sticker. I got a feeling voice. Thank you. Enjoy. to load. I don't know. Fall asleep waiting for it to load. Why loading anyway? I thought I already loaded it once. I gotta move this stuff. We're not working. money, take a look. Load. I don't know. I think you barely gotta do like 3 rounds or something. Then I think it's over. Uh, LNW-SHo world, LNW baby. I see you. Lucy is trying to introduce me. I think. Yeah, only Lucy. Yeah, I think Lucy is loud. Shit, no, I don't want to. No, I don't want to work. I don't know. Just stay here. Hop on. Another thing I think has a no, you watched it. I think it has uploaded. We uploaded just did. I think today. It's strange yesterday. Later, Angel. I love you. Yes, Inga, please say it, baby. Something megaton. I figure that word because before they megaton, megaton. Something megaton. Lucy. I don't see you guys up here. Everything in, which is loud. Cloud. I'm sorry to go up yesterday. I could have. Yeah. The other day. Yesterday, I don't remember the day before. The day before. Yeah. I feel like I'm off the good sleep. I don't know. Just drop the cloud. I don't see the cloud. I just see blank. Hello, David Report. Happy Sunday or Monday? Monday. Happy Monday. Thank you, thank you. Uh, how your name? Oh, E-R-R-I. So, you understand. I already get yeah, in there. And I know that in there, you know, my call sign. Budol, Daba, baby. Very easy. Something loaded. What? Oh, no. Hello, Nancy, baby. I see you. Ron, I got my stubby. hard in the back screen or something. It 07. Some humor like that. That's the damn thing. Oh. Sorry, Danny. I had to leave and I had to administer giving a BUDOL medicine so that she can sleep. I played doctor for a bit. I tried for Slim to sleep again, but I'm gonna go into trouble. I don't know if Slim. I don't know if Slim's putting him to sleep was working or making it worse. I don't know because BUDOL says that's hers only. BUDOL Daba. I better shut up. I'm gonna get beat up and get beat, slapped around, up and down. She lap up and down. And I was actually saying hi, Danny, because I've already up to me. I'm just saying hi. I said that. Hey, Slim, you guys must still be partying and talking. You know, I guess I went back up there, and I don't know if you guys are still there. I can went back up and talk to you more. Yeah, this is going. I can still talk to you. Bro. I forgot we're up there. I can probably try to go back up there. I don't know. Oh. Of course, I've almost fell asleep 2 or 3 times while this thing does its loading and stuff. Yeah, Slim will be live later today. If anyone wants to check his stream out later today. I think he'll be live later today. I don't know if anyone can hear me or not. I think they can hear me. Should be able to. one. Bedtime. Danny, bedtime. Bed. I put you to sleep. many of them. Money or penny. Oh, hello. Looks like some of the people. My eyes are. No, no, no. I don't know what it looks like a dog. It looks like the ears are feeling around with the ears out. It's like, you know, like wedding things. It's pink. Oh. Where's that? Where's that? I can't see it on there. We're gonna look at that person up and see what their emblem is. And I think I got you. I got you that one. And look kind of like a dog. But there's a few round like a kangaroo. Oh, but bunny rabbit. There's a bunny rabbit. Right. They are dangerous. Hello, Jimmy, baby. Happy birthday, Marky. Sorry, Marty, I need to make I need to make a thing for you. Beautiful Juliet, everybody, check her out. Beautiful sublock.
to see his daughter. Quote, he was headstrong, and once he had made up to do something, he did it, said Turner's mother, Michelle. Michelle is obviously the woman that reached out to me. But as something went wrong, he started using drugs about a year before he disappeared. Turner lived with his grandma at the time. He says it was a normal day like any other. Thought he was going out to run an errand, but he never made it back home. He looked at me and he said, "I'll be back later. I love you." Mike Bastinelli from the police department says they have done investigation on this case, but they are able to find any actual evidence to determine the cause of his disappearance. Turner's mother is asked to come forward and speak out if they know any information. Quote, "I would rather know for a fact that he was dead than not knowing," in the tone of her mail to me. And we exchanged multiple messages back and forth where she shared a lot of different information with me about this case. She's very concerned about. We're going to cover some here. I want you guys to take it with a grain of salt because I don't like jumbling missing persons cases together, and we're going to have that happen here pretty quickly. It hurts. In July, same month in 2000, Stotts Gomez also disappeared. Police say they have nothing concrete to connect the cases. Both men are still considered missing. So I do want to feature Chad as well, just because Michelle seems to think there's a very good likelihood that they're connected. At the time that they went missing, there was actually a third man that was kind of added to this group as well. We're going to touch on that in a moment, but let me explain to you guys a bit about why there seems to be some connection with Chad here. And we can see we've got a photo of Chad here. His date of last contact is July 10th, 2015. So he actually goes missing about 2 weeks before Cody does. The information that she sent to me talks about a shooting. On July 10th, 2015, there was a 36-year-old woman that was shot multiple times at a homeless camp known as the Island in Yakima. We'll call her Jill. Jill claims that she did not know who had fired the shots. The investigation, the police do find blood, but no bullets or gun at the scene. According to some reports that I've seen on this, there were signs that Chad could have been seriously harmed at this scene, but the detective doesn't really go into much more detail than that. I'm assuming that it could be based off a significant finding of blood, and Michelle kind of states that in her emails to me as well, that there seemed to be a large pool of blood found at the scene. And I do believe that there was testing to confirm that Chad's DNA was at the scene. I don't know if it was specifically the blood that was used or not, but authorities are fairly certain Chad was definitely at the site of where this shooting went down. Now, I know some people might be thinking, well, that could mean one of two things depending on what's going on here. If it is the blood and it is a significant amount, then we're looking at Chad potentially as a victim. If the DNA was not on the actual blood and was found on something else, maybe Chad has a reason to disappear because maybe he's involved with this shooting in some way. Now we're going to get into the rumor mill just a little bit here, so please take this with a grain of salt. Word on the streets is that Chad had been asked by Jill's boyfriend, who we'll call Jack for the rest of this, to keep an eye on Jill and keep her safe while Jack was gone on a business trip out of town. Rumors are that the bullets were intended for Chad, but Jill had gotten in the way either intentionally or unintentionally. So I don't know if something happened here between Jill and Chad, if maybe some type of romantic thing sparked up. I can't think that she would step in the line of fire for bullets that were meant for Chad outside of something along those lines. As of today, there have not been any arrests made in connection to the shooting, and Chad has still not been found. Cody and Chad did know each other because at one time Chad had been my neighbor, but I didn't think that they ever hung out with each other after Chad had moved. But some people have said that they saw them together a time or two. So you know, it's tough because it seems to me like, at least in the rumor mill, there is enough of a story to try to put something together for understanding what happened to Chad. And I don't know if Michelle is in some way hoping that there's a connection there between Cody and Chad, because maybe there's an explanation about what has happened to Cody that's part of all that. But I'm not seeing it, at least with the information that is being shared to us publicly. The only place I'm seeing it is kind of in that rumor mill information that Michelle's relaying to me. So I just want to really make sure that we all keep that in mind as we're into this going forward. I don't know that these cases are related. We specifically have law enforcement saying they can't find connections to connect these cases. But we do know that these men at least knew each other in some passing way. Honestly, to me, the way Michelle talks to me about it, it feels more like she is connected to Chad, that she knows Chad. And yeah, because of that, Cody was around at that time and he probably knows Chad as well. But I don't know that these are guys that had any reason to socialize or really spend a lot of time together. As a matter of fact, Chad's he's a bit older. He's 36 when he goes missing. You know, Cody's only 24. Of course, if they're in a drug scene and that's part of their circle and part of their social life, it could be they're pulled together by that. I mean, 10 years certainly isn't out of the realm of possibility for, you know, for people to socialize with each other like that. So I can't discount it. I'm just not seeing a lot of information to really tie it together. Back to the Yakima Herald. Police are continuing to work the cases, though they say they need help from the public. Turner, 24, was last seen July 26, 2000. Relatives acknowledged that he was likely using methamphetamine and hanging out on the street with others who did the same. So once again, maybe that is the connecting factor between these two men. But on top of that, we get another twist in all this. Once again, I don't know if it's related, but I'm going to share it with you guys so you have all the same info that I do. November of 2015, Yakima resident Norma Emerson was a 54-year-old mother of 2 adult children who was found shot in the head outside East, I think that's Selah. Authorities indicated in court documents that Emerson was reportedly killed because she had information about a homicide committed by an ex-boyfriend. The ex-boyfriend? Jack. The suspect in that case, Raven Cutler, pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 30 years in prison. Now we get another connection. Raven actually knows Michelle, Cody's mother, and has communicated with her. So I'm going to share some of that with you in a moment also. Joe said Cutler, an acquaintance of hers, messaged her on Facebook to say she had seen Turner and Stotts Gomez together in downtown Yakima. Joe and Stotts Gomez met several years ago while living in the same trailer park. Joe said Cody would have met Stotts Gomez during that time, but she's not sure whether they would have crossed paths since. So what other information do we have here about Raven? This is directly from Michelle. I've personally known Raven for 15 years. I do believe that she was there at the time of the murder, but I am not 100% convinced that she is the one that actually shot Norma, even though she pled guilty. Raven also knew my son Cody, and she left a comment on the Find Cody Turner Facebook page on August 5th, 2015. We're talking only 10 days after he's missing or so, saying that he had been with her 3 days before he had gone missing. That would have been on July 23rd, 2015. She said that later on that night, she saw Cody and Chad together at a local AM/PM mini mart. I asked her if she was sure because at that point, Chad was supposed to have been missing for 13 days, but she was adamant about it, telling me, quote, "I know what I saw." I don't doubt that she did see them together, but I think her sense of time was just off a little bit. I received a message from Raven on September 12th, 2015, telling me, quote, "I want to talk to you one-on-one. Gary is the only other person I'm willing to talk to, and Gary is Cody's father." She eventually agreed to talk to both of us, and although we tried to meet on more than one occasion, nothing ever seemed to go the way that we had planned. The last time that I had any kind of contact with Raven was on October 4th, 2015. To this day, I don't know if she wanted to talk to us about Cody or not, but I assume it was. I have written a letter to her and mailed it to the prison that she is at, and I'm hopeful that I might hear something back from her. Now, unfortunately, I've heard of dynamics like this before in missing persons cases. Sometimes you'll have someone that steps forward that claims to have some type of information. They'll usually only communicate with a few select people, usually people that are very closely involved with the case. They'll string them along. They'll kind of set up these meeting dates, not show up at the meetings. I don't know if that's because they have good information and then they're being intimidated, or they're scared of passing that information on and then they kind of bail out, or if it's because they don't really have good information and then they get intimidated and scared of sitting in front of someone and lying to them, as opposed to doing it over social media where it's really easy just to type whatever is coming off the top of your head. So does Raven tie to this or not? I don't know. And please keep in mind, we're talking about someone that was willing to take the rap even if she didn't do the shooting herself, and is now sitting in prison for up to 30 years. So we really have to consider the source in this as well. Did she really see Chad and Cody together? I think Michelle hits it right. I think there's probably some likelihood of that, but the timing certainly seems weird to me, especially when we're talking about Chad's story here and the potential that he was seriously harmed, which a detective has said. You know, could he have survived? Possibly. Even if he was, would he have stayed in that same area, in that same circle of friends, especially if he had upset someone that had the means to harm him? Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, especially for someone that has been living a homeless lifestyle, could easily pack up and move on to somewhere else. Speaking of which, let's learn a little more about the third man. Back at the Yakima Herald, this is an article from August 11th, 2015. So once again, we're kind of getting close back to when Cody disappeared. KIMA-TV News reported that 3 men had been reported missing in the last month, which sparked questions on Facebook and other social media about whether the cases were related. Any concern about a possible string of abductions is unfounded, Yakima police spokesman Mike Bastinelli said Monday. There's absolutely nothing to say there's any connection, he said. There's no reason to believe they were connected. And the third man that went missing was Anthony Hornbeck. Now, what happened with the third man, Anthony Hornbeck, who it seems like was all being possibly in a homeless lifestyle, although I do believe he had a vehicle as well. Over at KIMATV.com, we get an update. This was on July 14th of 2016. So almost a year later, we actually get an update that a Facebook group for one of the men, Anthony Hornbeck, says he's been found alive in Oregon and left. So is Anthony connected to what's happened to the other two? I guess we could theorize possibly if they would have left on their own also, maybe gone to different places. I don't know if these men were all in the same soul, if they all had the same interest of upsetting someone that might harm them, possibly Jack, those lines. Anthony Hornbeck does turn back up. His car is actually found before he's found, but as far as these types of missing persons cases, his, to me, doesn't feel like it's related to the other two guys, and I would bet that he was questioned when he was located by these local authorities. I would think that they would share that public. The only comments I've seen time and time that these cases are not connected. Where does that leave us? Let's go back to KIMATV.com, July 26th, 2018, this article came out. I won't ever forget that Michelle Joe, whose son Cody Turner went missing July 26, 2010. Joe said her mother's intuition kicked in the next day, and she knew something was not right. I don't even know how to explain it, she said. Just dread, sadness, all of a sudden just a feeling I had. That's when Cody's dad, from their communication with me, she's even open about her feelings around this, and in something that is very, very unfortunate. The last time she spoke, they were actually arguing. I don't know what the argument was about. I imagine she wasn't really happy with his lifestyle, but it's just tragic when the last communication that a mother has with her son before her son goes missing is any type of disagreement like that. And unfortunately, that's what we have in this case. Joe said her family will continue to search for their loved one, and right now they are just looking for closure. My hope at this point is that someone will step forward, Joe said. I just want to find him so we can have that confirmation. And I do hope that someone out there has the missing pieces of this puzzle. Maybe if there's something that you heard during this episode here today and that's triggered some type of memory, please call that information in. There's a website you can use for Crime Stoppers. It's crimestoppersyakco.org. Link that down below, and you can be completely anonymous. You can do it through a web tip. You can actually submit a tip online, or you can call the hotline, stay anonymous. If you want to, go to a local payphone or something like that, so that if you're really worried about being traced or something along those lines, maybe you can even try star 67 when you're calling this phone number if you do want to use your own cell phone or something along those lines. Have the Yakima County phone number down below and the Yakima, I believe it's City Police Department as well, because it seems like they've both been working on this case. And if you do have a tip, maybe you want a 3. I've certainly heard time and time again, tips don't seem acted upon. And if you want to increase the odds, helping Michelle and helping this family understand what happened to Cody, that might be your best way to do it. On top of that, you can follow them at facebook.com/find Cody Turner. I believe his mother is managing this Facebook page. Any events that are coming up, occasionally they have, I don't know if they're memorials or really more like vigils, but I've seen that they've had a few events in the past where they've had people get together to try to support each other through this and other people that are missing in the area as well. So be sure to come to facebook.com/find Cody Turner so you can keep up to date with the latest information. On top of that, there is a Web Sleuths thread when Web Sleuths isn't crashed. There we go. Unfortunately, it's only 1 page long, not a lot of information, basically the same articles that I've already shared with you here. There is a Reddit thread as well. Not a ton of really good debate or information going on here either. I think basically with that information that I've given you that came straight from Michelle, this is probably one of the better sources that you're going to find, even for theories on this case at this time. Speaking of which, where are we with the theories? I think obviously we have to consider the possibility that he could have left of his own accord. Maybe falling off the wagon was too much to face, especially after leaving such a heartfelt message to all his family, apologizing for how things had been. So maybe he did disappear on his own. Outside of that, we do have this story where there's a lot of violence that's kicking around, more in terms of connections to Chad. But if Cody is part of that same circle, could he have been wrapped up in that in some way? I think we certainly need to consider that as well. And I don't really want to think about this too much, but it was his own words in that Facebook post. I hope that he didn't choose to end his own life, but I do think that we need to consider that possibility as well. But, you know, I don't know. In a lot of cases, when someone decides to do that, the body is found and the family does find out about that relatively quickly. We're now looking at, 3 years on here and the family doesn't have answers. And I hope that isn't the answer for them in this particular case. But you can see, especially from the press that's been around this, his mother's pretty clear that she doesn't expect him to be found alive. And honestly, I don't know. I think the likelihood that he could have left the situation is strong enough that we shouldn't completely rule that out. That maybe there was just too much shame around not completing the program, around his drug addiction. Maybe he didn't want to harm his family by being around them when he was in that kind of state, and he's kind of gone off to go do his thing. But 3 years, certainly a huge cause for concern. But maybe there's something else at play here, and maybe you're the person that has that information. If you are, I hope that watching this video might move you towards using that information. Send it in, use the contact information and the details below. Help this family learn the truth of what has happened to Cody so that they can move forward from being in this position of being stuck. We're talking about a mother, a father, we're talking grandparents, siblings, and on top of that, Cody had a child as well. So we've got a lot of people affected by this, and if you do have some information, please find it within yourself to do the right thing and to send that information in. All right, everyone. Before we get to the comments, I need to thank several people that are helping to keep me here doing what I love doing. New patrons, Cheryl, Caitlin. Hey, Cheryl, thank you so much. Effie Stoneham. Hey, Effie. On top of that, Cheryl, Matthew,
The horrible events of September 11th continue to leave their mark on our nation. Many of those who served need your help.
Hello, Purify. I'll give you a mod. Thank you.
Happy Friday, and welcome to another episode of Brain Scratch. I'm John Lorden. Thank you so much for joining me here today. One of my favorite things to do is get together with family and friends and go see live music. As a matter of fact, sometimes I like a band so much, I'll go see them multiple times on the same tour. It's a nice reason to travel and just go see other places. Today's case is about two men that are going to see one of their favorite bands. Unfortunately, they never make it there. And we wind up with two families that are desperately searching for justice. Now, I think there's a chance they might be close, but they still need help to make sure that this comes through. So we're going to look into that case today, starting at Wikipedia so we can learn where this takes place. George Washington. And no, we're not talking about the first president. George is a city in Grant County, Washington, United States. The population was 501 as of the 2010 census. The humorous homage to President George Washington has landed George Washington on lists of unusual place names. The city is known for being near the Gorge Amphitheater, sometimes called the Gorge at George. And they actually even include a pic of it here at Wikipedia. It looks like a beautiful venue. I mean, look at that scenery behind it. So who is the band that is playing in June of 2019? That would be Dead and Company. Essentially, some of the members of the Grateful Dead that are still playing together joined up with John Mayer and on tour. And of course, all the Deadheads came out. Some of them did what Deadheads do. They go to multiple stops and follow this band all across the country for the Gorge at George show. And we can see that it's taking place June 8th at the Gorge Amphitheater in 2019. Unfortunately, what would result is a missing persons investigation for not one, but for two people. And here we see it's kind of unique for a missing poster to feature two people like this. Josiah or Joe Hildebrand, missing since the 7th of June 2019. And then here near the bottom, they have another picture of a man named John Cleary. Now, Joe Hildebrand is 25 years old. John Cleary is 48 years old at the time that they go missing. Let's get into the details. This is going to be a little bit like a searchlight, but unfortunately, we do find their remains. So this will press into more of a brain scratch as we go on. Missing under suspicious circumstances. A Mendocino mother, only son. This article is from June 24th, 2019. Liz Hildebrand is hoping someone somewhere has information about her son. Josiah Hildebrand, age 25, was last known to be headed to the Gorge Amphitheater in Washington State with another man, John Cleary, on June 7th. So they're coming from California, essentially, and making that drive. We're talking many, many hours, probably something like, I would imagine, around a 10-hour drive, maybe even more. Both of the two men are missing under suspicious circumstances. Their route to Washington State is clear. Liz says she doesn't even know if John Cleary and her son got together in Southern California or in the Bay Area to travel north. I just want to know where my son is. Am I even a mom anymore? I'm afraid I'm never going to hear him laugh again. And here is a picture of Liz and Josiah with, I believe they're Liz's dogs. The vehicle Josiah and John seen in is a light blue 2004 Honda Civic abandoned in the county of Yakima in Washington State. And this is a photo of similar type of car. A deputy with the Yakima County Sheriff's Office who was trying to track down why a blue Honda Civic had been abandoned under odd circumstances in his area had contacted the listed owner, she explained. The person, a previous owner, said a man named John Cleary had been driving the vehicle recently. So what I understand is essentially John had just recently purchased this vehicle from someone else. And I think the paperwork wasn't even done processing yet. So when they found the car, they went and contacted the registered owner. That was a lady, and she was able to tell them, I don't have this car anymore. A man named John Cleary does. Later, it was learned that John had last texted a friend showing a photo of him and another man in the Honda. And here is the photo, and we can clearly see that is John and Josiah. This photo was taken in the Honda Civic at about 4:45 p.m. on June 7th. That photo taken only a matter of hours before the car would be found in these circumstances, which I know we haven't identified yet, but we'll get into much more detail about as we continue here. Investigation continues. This article from June 25th, 2019. The car they were traveling in, a light blue 2004 Honda Civic Hybrid with California plates, was found abandoned June 8th in an orchard at 8100 Lateral B Road in Toppenish. Let me just go ahead and bring up a map real quick so we get a sense. So we think they were possibly coming from the Bay Area. So I've got it starting there. And we can see this is a 13-hour drive all the way to the Gorge Amphitheater. But if we zoom in here, we will see where the car is found a little bit off the track of the major highways. And if we take a look at what that area looks like, actually from ground level, yeah, clearly out in the middle of an orchard, it looks like it's close to just one home, and that's about it. There's nothing else around here. It's just pretty much wide open land. What did they find on the vehicle? According to this article, authorities conducted a search warrant on the vehicle and didn't find much. Now, that's what these early reports are saying. I can tell you as we keep diving into the details, we're going to hear they found a little more than that. FBI joins investigation on June 28th, 2019. FBI spokesperson Steve Byrne confirmed that the agency is involved. Quote, at the request of the Yakima County Sheriff's Office, the FBI is assisting with its investigation into the disappearance of two men. The FBI routinely offers assistance to our law enforcement partners in order to provide additional personnel and specialized resources. And keep in mind, kind of the simple rule that I keep hearing for FBI involvement is if there's a crime that crosses state lines. Now, we don't necessarily have that happening in this case. We do have the men that are crossing state lines, but we don't know about the elements of the crime and any of that involving some type of travel into or out of the state. So even my first time looking through this case, I was kind of wondering, how do we get the FBI involved so quickly in a case of this nature? It's a little different if the men had been seen in Washington, went missing, their car is then found in Oregon, something like that. I think that's pretty much an easy reach to the FBI for help in a case like that. This one seems a little bit different, and we're going to see things progress kind of really fast here. I mean, it already is. We've got the FBI commenting that they're going to, and this is only a few weeks after the disappearance. Then we get this article, search is now a homicide investigation. Originally posted at the Daily Pilot, this is actually being hosted by the LA Times online. Here's a picture of John Cleary. And this article is from July 5th. So within a month, we go mid-persons investigation. FBI involvement comes in very quickly, now being considered a homicide investigation. And at least publicly, we don't have a lot of details as to why. Yakima County Sheriff's Department spokesman Casey Shilperort states, it's been a long time since anyone's talked to them. As far as anyone knows, it's not like they're trying to avoid anyone. Cleary had followed Dead & Company since the band kicked off a summer tour in the Bay Area. He then headed to a show at the Hollywood Bowl a few days later. Cleary and Hildebrand were en route to the tour's third stop in Central Washington. Cleary planned to continue to the East Coast. Cleary was last heard from June 6th when he sent text messages to people, the friends said. The last message was that the two were about 90 minutes from Gorge Amphitheater. It was sent around midnight. It's unclear whether anyone else was traveling with Cleary and Hildebrand. That's one of the things that's unfortunate about that photo that we looked at earlier. You really can't tell. I mean, you could have people in the back seat and you just wouldn't have any idea from that particular. But seeing that he's taken a picture driving to this concert together, if wouldn't he have taken pictures of them? Maybe I don't know. Now, from the Deadhead community, this is a pretty tight-knit group, traveling, bumping into each other, show after show, developing relationships, but also, from what I understand, and pretty caring and helpful people. A little bit of the questions around the disappearances that we see here. But I also want to point out that I think it extends, or maybe even starts from, the actual musicians themselves. Back to another article at yakimaherald.com. Sunday marks 1 month. Dead & Company drummer Mickey Hart posted on June 18th about the missing men, along with photos of them. We're sharing in hopes that someone out there knows something. Please share and spread the word if you can, he wrote. Monet Weir, daughter of Grateful Dead founder and Dead & Company member Bob Weir, shared a photo of a missing person flyer for Hildebrand on Instagram. I've seen some statements from the family members also being very appreciative of this community and their help in this search for the 2 missing men. Over at KIMATV.com, May 14th, 2020, the Federal Bureau of Investigation is asking the public for help. So we're getting almost a year of them missing, and we now have the FBI asking for help, but we're also getting new details and maybe a possible explanation. I got involved so early. Investigators say both men were heading to a concert on June 8th, 2019. The FBI says the vehicle was found abandoned and partially burned in Wapato. That's a new piece of information that we didn't have before. So saying now that the car was burned, why was it burned? Was someone trying to cover up? I think that's one of the majors, probably $1,000 reward that was put out by the 1,000 is here on this poster. Bloody in more detail because we're having much more odds of a crime happening in there. Liz Hildebrand said he was a sweet, loving boy. When she found out that the car her son was traveling in was found, she says in her heart that she knew her son was gone. It wasn't fear-based or pessimism. It wasn't despair. I would say it was more on a spiritual plane, spiritual level. I knew he was gone. I knew he was gone. It took nearly 6 months to get a DNA result on the blood in the car. When that DNA came back, it's interesting because it's not telling us if it's a match for both of the men. I kind of assume that they might have found both of their blood in the vehicle. Hildebrand said, I felt a sense of relief when the DNA came back. Why? Maybe because we had a definitive placement of him in the vehicle, because I felt like the case was advancing. There was relief because I don't know when you wait a long time for any kind of answers, then any answers coming in are relieving. Can't imagine what she's going through. Her only son. Josiah was an aspiring firefighter that wanted to help people in need, and it's noting that the FBI is still investigating. So a few critical details about the status of the car that we've now found. We have the mother saying that she felt like her son was gone. And we're just left with a little bit of a question in terms of, yes, they've matched the blood. We know that it matches to Josiah. We don't necessarily have a definitive if it also matches to John. We have no commentary in terms of the amount. That could be a strong indicator of, is there a possibility they could still be alive, that they were just injured and then removed from the vehicle or something along those lines. Let's go ahead and continue at Yakima Herald with another article. They need closure. Families of men who went missing in Yakima County ask for public's help. And this is from June 2020, just after the 1-year anniversary. John Joseph Cleary of Huntington Beach, California, kept in regular touch with his mother in Florida and his father and sister in Tennessee. A big kid at 47, he had a wide circle of friends, many of them devoted fans of the Grateful Dead and Dead and Company. I can still hear the sheriff from Yakima County calling me up and saying those words. "We believe your brother has been murdered," Cleary's sister, Jessica Wesner, said in a letter to the Yakima Herald Public. I broke that day. Crushed beyond any explanation, my world and self would never be the same. Wesner and other family members and friends think Hildebrand and Cleary stopped to help someone or pick up hitchhikers later in their long drive. Some believe it happened on Highway 97 from Golden Ale to Toppenish, where traffic thins to a trickle from dusk to dawn and homes and businesses are sparse as the highway moves through dense woods and vast stretches of rolling shrub. The men wouldn't think twice about offering help or giving someone a ride, just like many devoted Grateful Dead fans, relatives, and friends said. There's evidence they stopped to offer help to people, and that's when authorities feel they were robbed and murdered, Wesner wrote. Once again, we're not getting the detail of what that evidence is. Also, where did they stop? Seems to me that the location where the vehicle's found is a drop location. We know that police aren't coming forward and saying, hey, we found 2 bodies near the location of the car. So is there another spot where they have found something, maybe some article of clothing or something that belongs to the men? We're not hearing any of those details, but the sister's being pretty clear here. First, on 2 things. Number one, that the authorities came to them very early in the investigation and said, we think that your brother's dead. But outside of that, there's some form of indicator that someone else got into that vehicle at some point. And, maybe the logic around that isn't too tough when you consider the vehicle somewhere else. We don't know where the 2 guys are. More from the sister. I'm asking the people of Yakima and Yakima Reservation with a heavy heart to please contact the authorities if you have any information as to where my brother and Josiah are. My parents are in their 70s, and we need to lay our beloved John to rest in the manner he deserves. John and Josiah's families need closure. They both need to be found and brought home to their loved ones. Now, just jumping ahead a little bit, they are found at this point, but I just want to reemphasize this call. They now need details about what happened to these guys. This is still being handled with the FBI actually being the primary at this point. So in the description box down below, you'll find contact information specifically for the FBI. And we're looking for people that have more pieces of this puzzle. Maybe you saw that vehicle at some point. Maybe you saw someone around that vehicle. Maybe you've heard from someone talking about what happened to them or that vehicle. We're hoping that this is coming towards a trial, and you guys will see why by the end of this episode. But I still feel like there's some pieces out there that need to be filled in, and I'm sure the family would appreciate people stepping up and doing that. Quote, he's not in his body anymore. I get that, said Josiah's mother, Liz, but I gave birth to him. I literally made those bones. Those bones came from my body. I want them back. I've never heard such words from a mother that just reach in and wrench on my heart. Um, this is someone I haven't even brought all the information forward. She's been so clear about what Josiah meant to her. Um, it's just it's terrible. It's terrible for them to know this and to not know where their loved ones are at this point. Their families have marked their birthdays without them. Cleary's in August and Hildebrand's in February. Liz Hildebrand held a memorial service for her son, her only child, on August 24th, 2019. Dozens missing and murdered. Cleary and Hildebrand are among people of all ages listed as missing in and around Yakima County. At over 4,000 square miles, it's the second largest county in Washington. Within those 2.7 million acres is land that ranges from Mount Adams and its snowy slopes to densely wooded backcountry and rough high desert. Dozens of Native women and girls, men and boys have gone missing, have been found murdered, and have died mysteriously on and around the reservation in cases that stretch back over decades. Most are unsolved. Of course, we've talked several times about Indigenous missing and murdered cases here on the channel. Wesner wrote, "Something needs to be done. There is a problem in this area and action needs to be taken so this heartbreak of good people and families can end. People that are traveling through this area need to be aware also." I get her point. I just don't know how you put that out there. I think that's a big part of what motivates me to do this type of work, to try to help the families, to try to raise exposure, and hopefully get in front of the person that has the information and move them by sharing the family's words of what they're going through, move them to action to pick up that phone. But there's another aspect about it, and that's for raising the level of awareness to this story so that we all hear about things like this, about that area having a concentration of unsolved missing and murdered cases. I mean, how do you publicize that? You can't put signs up on the road, hey, you're about to enter this area, as you know, here's the stats for cases. It's really challenging. I get the logic wanting that and trying to help others avoid this type of heartbreak. I don't know what the mechanism is. If you guys have ideas on that, please share it in the comments down below. I'm definitely looking for some. We just thank them. Obviously, we're very good coverage on this case all the way up to today. So I'm just thankful that we've got local reporting hard out there on this. Remains found. This is posted August 6th, 2020. Before we get into the details, just stop and think about that for a moment. It's already terrible when you're dealing with a missing persons case and you get to the 1 year mark. But this is a missing persons case where you've been told by law enforcement at some point in that first year, probably very close to the start of it, that they think your loved one has been murdered. So getting to find their remains or to find them is just the first step. And you know, there's much more to the journey that you have to do after that. Thankfully, they do get to that first step, but obviously they're still facing a long road ahead. Let's hear about the details. A road crew working on US Highway 97 about 10 miles south of Toppenish found what turned out to be human remains, FBI spokesman Steve Burns said. The FBI and Yakima County Sheriff's Office responded to the scene. Contractors were milling the road before putting down chip seal when somebody spotted something that looked questionable. One of the articles I saw said that it was someone that was working in a large piece of equipment. He looked off to the side and saw what he thought were bones. I've kind of heard two different versions. Then they went to see the bones. They saw there was clothes and skulls, and they knew they were talking about bodies. The other version I've heard is that he was possibly looking for antlers, that it was just something that he would do while he's working, kind of look off on the side and see if he could find any antlers. But one way or another, they do find the bones and remains of two people out there. The worker called over a WSDOT, Department of Transportation inspector, and they called 911 and secured the scene. And this is what the scene looked like when it was secured. We can see tons of law enforcement vehicles, half of the lane basically closed off, but you can see the large equipment that's also out here working on repaving it. I'm pretty sure it was one of the workers from this crew that made the discovery. And down here you have the tents that are covering up where the remains were found. If we take a look at it on the map, so we've got the car found in this area. They're saying it was about 10 miles south. So somewhere around here is where this scene is. So it does certainly, the story is starting to fit. They're driving up 97. Maybe they stop to help someone in some way. There's some type of hijacking that happens. The men are killed at this location, moved off the road, but did it, person or persons get back in the vehicle and then take off for some reason, dump the vehicle at this spot. And that raises an interesting point. Why did they dump it at this particular? Did they meet up with someone? Did they have some other means of transportation? Is this close to something that was easy for them to get to? I don't know. I'm kind of curious about why the vehicle gets dropped here, but that's what it's starting to look like here. Go ahead and continue. Remains ID'd as missing 25-year-old California man, and that only took a week, August 13th, 2020. One of two sets of human remains found south of Toppenish last week has been identified as Josiah Michael Joe Hildebrand, and he's identified through dental records, according to the county coroner, Jim Curtis. Curtis said work continues to identify the second set of remains. Obviously, knowing the details of the case, they're pretty sure they know who it is, but they need a solid confirmation. Hildebrand's death has been ruled a homicide. Cause of death remains under investigation. From the description I was hearing in terms of how they were found and considering how long that they were out there, I think we're talking pretty much skeletonized remains. So them figuring out the actual cause of death is probably going to be pretty difficult unless there's some type of obvious damage to the skeletonized remains. We're hopeful that justice will be served to the individual or individuals responsible for these tragic and senseless deaths, Curtis said. The remains were discovered August 5th by that road crew. It was the same day that 5 people were brutally killed in an area nearby called White Swan. Authorities have declined to comment on whether the two crimes are related. Might want to keep that in the back of your head. We're going to get back to that by the end of this episode. Continuing at KIMATV.com, the Yakima County coroner says investigators keep hitting roadblocks trying to confirm the identity of the second set of skeletal remains, and it could be quite some time until they get a positive identification. Coroner Jim Curtis tells Action News that many dental offices purge their records after a certain number of years, and so far they haven't had in getting records that they could use to potentially confirm the second set of remains as Cleary, which is interesting because this isn't them coming from a totally cold position of having no idea who it is. They know who they're trying to match it up to. So they know the areas that Cleary lived in. They can go to those areas, go to the local dentists, ask them, try to track down his history of where he was going. And they're still having trouble finding the records for this guy. Curtis said they may have to do DNA testing to confirm the identity, but that could take months for results. Thankfully, a few weeks later, they actually crack this. The Yakima County Coroner's Office confirms it has identified the second set of skeletal remains found south of Toppenish as 49-year-old John Joseph Cleary. The manner of death for both Cleary and Hildebrand is homicide. His remains were identified by dental recognition by a forensic odontologist. Was kind of curious about that. I looked into it a little bit. Thankfully, there's an article that talks specifically about how it happened in this case. Forensic odontologists help identify unknown remains by taking photographs, cranial measurements, dental impressions, and x-rays. When the forensic odontologist studied the teeth in the second set of remains, he found they had distinctive attributes, Curtis said. He took pictures of the teeth, and we got a bunch of pictures of John smiling. By that, he was able to do the identification. It was a great break for us. Otherwise, DNA would take a while. We're still waiting on DNA on another decedent, and it's been almost 6 months. Cleary would have been 49 on August 25th. His father, younger sister, brother, and nephew, who all live in Tennessee, gathered for a small dinner in his honor that day. Sister, Jess Wesner, said he lived life to the fullest in the moment. After what he endured in life, I'm grateful he did. He was and will always be my very best friend with a heart of gold, with a smile and laugh that made people smile. I just feel like there's something almost kind of poetic. I've seen several pictures of this guy. He's smiling all the time. And it's through that smile in those pictures that they were able to get this identification locked in so soon. I kind of think that that's pretty special. Disappearance of 2 California men possibly related to White Swan homicide. So we heard a little mention about it before. What are we talking about? How does this case possibly apply here? Yakima County Sheriff's spokesperson Casey Schilperort says there's a possibility that the Hildebrand and Cleary homicides are connected to the White Swan homicides. The abandoned vehicle was found on the morning of June 8th, with the report coming into the sheriff's office just before 10 a.m. 6 hours later, the sheriff's office received reports of a shooting at 5151 Medicine Valley Road, which would ultimately take the lives of 5 people. This is a terrible, terrible scene. They're saying one of the worst crime scenes that they've seen in the county, certainly within the past few decades. 5 people all killed at this home a matter of hours after what has happened to Hildebrand and Cleary. And just to kind of put this map back together again, the location where the car is found is here. And from there to Medicine Valley Road to that specific address looks like it's maybe another 10 miles, maybe 12 miles. And we're talking a 6-hour difference. Quite honestly, that's enough time that they could have walked from dropping off that car and got to that location. I'm not saying I think that's necessarily what happened. I think there's something else at play here. I don't want to dive into the White Swan case too hard because I don't know what the connectivity is like. We're going to talk about the strongest points that I think are making that connectivity possible with this case. But there's 2 main suspects. There's 2 other suspects in that case that might have played some role in this as well. And it might be something as simple as they came and picked up these guys from somewhere. I don't know. I can't speak too much to it. But just to give you a bit of a sense of what's going on here, it does look pretty localized. I mean, we have the bodies found down here. We have the car dropped here. We have 5 more people that are killed here. And within pretty much a 24-hour period. White Swan murder suspect pleads not guilty to armed carjacking. Dean Cloud pleaded not guilty Friday in federal court to charges of carjacking and brandishing a firearm during a violent crime. Cloud is one of the suspects accused of killing 5 people Saturday in White Swan and robbing a family of their vehicle with a gun to their child's head, according to court documents. This is not a good person. And we have him taking a vehicle, which once again leads me to believe he's maybe possibly on foot or been dropped off by someone, but obviously he needs means of transportation. And are we seeing an MO there? Is he just gone into this direction where he's going to kill people and steal vehicles? I'm thankful they seem to have him arrested so soon, but he's also got, as noted here, an extensive and repetitive criminal background. He has a history of escape attempts, obstructing law enforcement, fleeing from officers, and putting the community at risk while attempting to evade arrest. This article even goes into the fact that they've got this guy extra cuffed up, basically, when they're bringing him into court. They think he's kind of an elevated flight risk. There's a lot going on here. Cloud has been arrested and charged with a crime at least 21 times over the past 2 decades. He's been convicted in a little over half of those, resulting in a total where he was found guilty. Also a mention here of Donovan Quinn Cloud, who is also charged with carjacking and brandishing a firearm during a violent crime in connection with the case. He didn't appear Friday as he was awaiting extradition from Oregon. They caught him in Oregon. He wasn't back in date yet. So, and these guys, several of the articles I'm seeing are referring to them as brothers, but we're going to see some other information says they might actually be cousins that call each other brothers. But another article from Yak Tri News. 2 additional victims linked to White Swan homicides. James Cloud and his brother, Donovan Cloud, were arrested after 5 people, June 8th, 2019, at a hearing Tuesday morning, federal charges in connection to other killings. While the identity of the victims was not disclosed in that meeting, previous information released about the case, prosecutors may be referring to the case of 2 California men, Josiah Hildebrand and John Cleary. Defense attorneys expressed concerns about potential charges stemming from the 2 additional victims charged with and convicted of those killings death penalty. While capital punishment has been abolished in Washington state, the federal death penalty applies in all 50 states and U.S. territories, but is used relatively rarely, according to the Death Penalty Information Center. With the trial scheduled for January, defense attorneys said they need to know all the charges their clients are facing soon in order to prepare their defense. Now, I haven't have a fifth, and I'm kind of curious. I don't know if maybe they'll try them for the White Swan murders and then run these charges in a separate trial. I'm not sure what the benefit would be of combining those all in one necessarily. I mean, we're talking about kind of 2 separate instances. I mean, yes, if you're these 2 guys doing all that, it seems like they went on a rampage for them. But I don't know enough about the legal logistics of it to is there a benefit to adding them both to that case? And we don't really know about physical evidence, like how solid is this case against the 2. But I did find some notes that we can go over that might have one very important piece of evidence that could kind of pull this all together. We're going to review an article from .com and roll back the clock a little bit. This article was actually published May 20th, 2020, just coming up on the anniversary of disappearance before they were found. But there's another piece of critical information about what was found at that car. The vehicle they were found in was found abandoned, partially burned. We remember that. Also, from the other article, we heard there was blood inside of it. But according to this article, inside the vehicle were bullet casings that matched the bullet casings found at the White Swan killings. So now we've got potentially some physical evidence. I don't know if that could be forensically linked. I don't know if there's some type of special marking that would happen as it's being did that you could say came from this specific weapon and it matches this other bullet casing. I've never quite heard of a case of that nature. At least they know the type of weapon that they're looking for. Hearing that the casings are found inside the vehicle is kind of interesting to me because it just makes me think of what's going on during that. Maybe that can be tested forensically too. I don't know. Josiah Hildebrand's mother, Liz, explained that the 2 Cloud cousins, they call themselves brothers, are charged in connection with 5 killed at White Swan. Of course, at this time, there was no mention at all about any charges for John and Josiah's cases. She told us that authorities believe that her son and John Cleary saw the suspects broken down beside the road, stopped to help them. John were killed. Their bodies were dumped and their car was stolen, she said. And keep in mind, she's saying this before their remains had been found. Eventually, it is believed the suspects tried to burn Cleary's car, and then she says the next day they went on to kill all those other people. They killed 5 people there, she added. Josiah and John were killed for literally nothing. They had nothing of value on them. She had written on her Facebook page, "He was my only child. That part of my life is done. No kids, no grandkids, no one to care for me when I'm old and frail. My greatest fear is growing old alone. That fear has always been there, but I knew I would always have him no matter what. What I have learned now is that I don't know anything. Many of our greatest plans and most of our worst dashed by unforeseen circumstances, both tragedy and blessings that seem to come out of nowhere. I have gained some deep knowledge, some upper level of wisdom that I never wanted and don't suggest you aspire to. The price still seems too great, the pain too deep, loss too overwhelming. The bullets that ripped through his body ripped through my life, and I'm still here trying to pick up the pieces. I'm quite sure I will never find them all. There will be gaping holes left with parts of our story never to be written. It's impossible to come to terms with. Some facts just can't get right with our conscience. They cannot be justified." 2 men, part of a caring community, one guy trying to help the other guy out, trying to help him get to a concert. From what I understand, Josiah actually had a different ride to get to the concert, and that fell through. And John was like, "Hey, I'll take you. I'll go." And on the way, they see someone that needs help, try to help them, and their lives are taken for it. If this isn't a tragedy, I don't know what is. And I'm hopeful that maybe we do see these extra charges added. If we've got the right men, and looking at the logistics of the case today, it seems like it's coming together. I don't know that it's based on the information that we know. I don't know how close it is. Obviously, there's a lot being kept under wraps here, but I'm really hopeful that pretty soon we're going to see articles about the justice that's being served for both these men. There was a GoFundMe open for John that has since been closed. It raised over $2,000. There is one open for Josiah. It's still active. So on behalf of myself and my amazing supporters, thank you to everyone that donates via PayPal, Patreon. We're going to make a donation to this today as well, because I want this family to have everything they need to go through this. Hopefully there's a trial coming up. That's going to mean travel. It's going to mean time away from work. I'm pretty sure that Liz is going to need resources. So I want to help do that. And I want to thank you guys for being there to help allow me to do things like this. There is a Facebook page, Help Bring Josiah Home. I'll have a link to that in the description box down below. I found one for John also, but it was really just for friends and family, so I'm not going to publicize that one. But for Help Bring Josiah Home, they are now on the path to justice. If you want to show your support, please follow them here. Also, some other twists and turns that happen with this case. These very caring people put together a memorial, put the memorial out about 30 feet off the road. I guess the Department of Transportation came through, removed the memorial. That kind of caused a stir. Thankfully, it's been worked out. The memorial has found a new home. It has been put back there. And in an interesting turn, the first ceremony that they had with the memorial, the family members couldn't be there. But because they had to do it again, Liz actually went out there and was there for the second time. So even though it seems like maybe it was a bit of a tough situation to go through, you're trying to just put up a memorial and it gets taken down, it actually had a little bit of a silver lining in terms of a benefit that Liz was able to be there for the second ceremony. So, and I'm really thankful to people that do stuff like this. This is known as the cross guy. He's put up over 200 crosses, many of them for missing persons cases. as well. So just good people trying to help others that are in terrible situations. And this is where I just need to remind you one more time, if you have information on this case, please call it in to the FBI. We want them to have every tool at their disposal for getting this prosecution done. If this
Maybe that's why I always use lockdown. Team up here, team really walk. I've been in down to the hospital. That's when my whatever time whatever. I don't understand why it matters.
Hi everyone, it's Jasmine. On today's episode of the Slame Project, I will be talking about the case of Rosinda Strong. She was reported in October 2018 and was found in July 2000, stuffed in a freezer on the Yakima Indian Reservation. The person who did this has never been caught. If you would like to hear more videos on missing and murdered Indigenous people, please consider subscribing to my channel. Let's get right into it. Rosinda Strong was born on April 16th, 1987, Louise Strong and Miguel Moran. She was raised in Wapato, Washington on the Yakima Indian Nation. Rosinda is Umatilla and Yakima and is enrolled as Umatilla. Rosinda is the youngest of 3 siblings. She has a sister named Sissy and a brother named Chris. They were raised in an alcoholic household and learned to stick together from a very young age. Rosinda was very close to siblings, and Sissy often refers to Rosinda as her best friend. Rosinda was also the mother of 4 children, 2 daughters who were aged 17 and 12, and 2 sons who were aged 13 and 10 when she went missing. Rosinda was a very loving mother to her children and would do anything for them. She no longer had custody of her children, but would often visit and spend time with them. Rosinda is described caring, loving, and selfless, okay around her before thinking of herself. She took pride in loving her family and friends. A lot of people still remember her and the way she could light up a room. Rosinda was a bit drugs. When she was 24, she got into trouble with the law. Her and a group of friends lured a man from Legends Casino to rob him. She more likely did a little jail time for this. She eventually violated probation, and the cops put out a press release asking for info on her whereabouts on October 9, 2015. In the press release, they described her as a high violent gang member. I am unsure how true this claim is, and it does not matter if she was or not. She was eventually indicted and arrested on May 5, 2016. Sometime after being released from jail, she ended up staying with her sister Sissy in Wapato, Washington, on the Yakima Indian Nation. The Yakima Nation has a long and violent history with missing and murdered Indigenous people. Like most other tribes, the Yakima Nation struggles with alcoholism, domestic violence, drug abuse, crime, gang activity, and unemployment. In fact, to combat these issues, alcohol is banned on most reservations, including their casino. Sissy has compared living here to the wild, wild west because of all the violence surrounding the missing and murdered. In July 2018, Rosinda's close friend Frankie died and she was heartbroken. She left her sister Sissy's place for a little bit after Frankie's death. When she came back, Rosinda had a car. Rosinda never really explained how she got the car, but she was very happy to have this car and to be independent again. About a month later, she would go missing. Even though Rosinda was addicted to drugs and had troubles with the law, she did not deserve what was about to happen to her. She might have made some bad choices, but everybody does that at times. We all have to live and learn from our own mistakes. But Rosinda would never get the chance to learn from her final choices. She was taken from her family, taken from this world, never having the opportunity to grow old and reflect on life. On Sunday, September 30th, 2018, Rosinda was at her sister Sissy's house. She made plans to hang with some friends and go to the Legends Casino in Toppenish. Sissy gave her sister some money and let her borrow a sweater. The friend came by and picked her up. They were driving an older Nissan car. According to the Yakima Herald Republic, Rosinda was last seen on surveillance footage leaving the casino with a friend. Now, on this same day, September 30th, sometime after Rosinda was last seen at the casino, her friends texted Sissy and told her that Rosinda was injured. Sissy had just bought Rosinda a cell phone about 3 weeks prior. She tried calling and texting Rosinda but never received a response. I do not think the extent of the injuries were specified, but it did seem that some people did witness whatever happened to her. Sissy tried not to worry herself too much and just thought maybe the people who text her were just pulling a prank. She told herself that Rosinda must be with her children. She tried getting a hold of her niece and could not reach her either. She thought that maybe Rosinda and her daughter were together, perhaps without cell service. The next day, on Monday, October 1st, 2018, Rosinda's daughter got a hold of Sissy and was worried that she couldn't get a hold of her mom. At this point, both of them knew something was terribly wrong. Rosinda would never worry her family like this. They went about trying to locate Rosinda wherever they could think of. The next day, on Tuesday, October 2nd, 2018, Sissy had no luck finding her sister, so she went down to the tribal police station to report Rosinda as missing. Unfortunately, she did not get the response she was expecting. They did not share the same concerns as Sissy because they said that Rosinda was a drug user with a record and had warrants. They just assumed she was out partying and getting high. The Yakima Tribal Police did eventually take the report, but they did not even ask the family basic questions like what Rosinda was wearing or who she was last known to be with. They told Rosinda's brother Chris that they would call and keep in touch, but never did. They also did not permit the family to conduct searches because they said that it might contaminate any evidence. This is totally understandable, but Rosinda's family said that they never seen law enforcement conduct any searches either. Perhaps if they did, her body would have been located sooner. I should note that it was reported that investigators did go to a house where Rosinda was reportedly last seen and questioned some people. And Chris said that they flew some helicopters to survey from above. But proper searches need to be done on the ground and in a grid format. Days turn into weeks and weeks Days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months. In the meantime, Sissy and Chris were gathering their strength. They were not going to let Rosinda go quietly into the night. They began to organize marches, vigils, and prayer walks to bring awareness to Rosinda as a missing person and to other missing and murdered Indigenous women, also known as MMIW. Sissy and her brother Chris got major support and guidance from their cousin Roxanne White. Roxanne is the founder of Missing and Murdered Indigenous People and Families, and she is based out of the Seattle area. Collectively, they spearheaded the events they organized. They kept Rosinda's face visible with flyers, banners, and posters. After a little while, Sissy kind of knew that Rosinda was gone. She that after October 4th, she could not feel her sister's energy anymore. Which is really interesting. A lot of us believe that the human spirit will stick around for after death before making its journey to the spirit. Rosinda was still missing. Sissy and her family continued their relentless mission for answers. They marched down the street in Rosinda's name. They did not want the people who harmed Rosinda to think they were going away. Sissy knows who the person was that picked her up that night to leave to the casino. In fact, Sissy thinks that she knew who harmed her sister the first week she was out looking for her. In the time before Rosinda was found, rumors started to fly. The word was that Rosinda was shot and killed, then put into a freezer somewhere. At about 4:20 p.m. on July 4th, 2019, two homeless men were in a field at milepost 64 on Highway 97 between Toppenish and Wapato. This was an illegal dump site that locals used to dispose of unwanted trash and household products. The homeless men were probably just out looking for cans to recycle. Anyways, they came upon a junked freezer. One of them opened it and discovered Rosinda's body. By this time, she was more than likely almost skeletonized. She had been missing for 275 days. She was positively identified on July 12, 2019 by using dental records. The area the freezer was in was within a field and behind some trees. I do not think it was visible from Highway 97. Sissy said she drives this road every day. So while Rosinda was missing, she drove by her daily. And now when she drives by, she is constantly reminded of her sister. If there was any biological evidence for rape, it was long gone by the time she was found. At least about that this was the perfect crime. There is no such thing. Every murder has something to it that will link the killer to the victim. But we do not know Rosinda's state of condition when she was found. Did she have her clothes on? Were there bullet holes in the clothing? Did she have her cell phone with her? Did they ping her cell phone after she was first reported missing? Were there any broken bones? Did she have shoes on? Did she have her ID or any other belongings with her? If authorities cannot obtain rights
Meet your next pillow. Why do we make our pillow in the shape of a cube? I'll tell you. The problem with pillows is that you're trying to fit a round peg into a square hole, or rather a pillow-shaped peg into a shoulder-shaped hole. This is C.
Hello.
Look at the space between her.
If authorities cannot obtain rights to search any vehicles belonging to persons of interest, I think their next best bet would be to try to test for touch DNA on Rosenda's clothing. But this is if she was found with her clothing. Othram Labs has been making great strides in DNA collection. If they can't do it, no one can. I am hopeful that touch DNA can be recovered from Rosenda's belongings. During my research, I could not find that Rosenda's autopsy report was ever released. Her body was taken to an FBI lab where they tried to harvest any evidence. The FBI is notorious for being very tight-lipped about their investigations and not releasing autopsy reports. They eventually held her body until the early part of September 2021, a little over 2 years after she was found. I am unsure why they held Rosenda for so long. She was found in July 2019. There could have been a backlog on testing at the lab. Then the coronavirus pandemic hit hard in March 2020. Perhaps activity was halted at the lab for a while. Rosenda was eventually buried next to her mother on the Umatilla Indian Reservation in Oregon. With this chapter of Rosenda's life closed, her family is now on a mission for justice. This case is totally solvable if the right people come forward with information they know. But the mystery surrounding Rosenda's death does not end here. At the same time frame Rosenda went missing, her friend Jedida Moreno was found shot to death on the Yakima Indian Reservation in an area closed to non-tribal members. She was a 30-year-old non-tribal member from Yakima, Washington. Jedida was last seen by her family sometime in September when she went to her aunt's house to collect her belongings. She told her aunt that she was moving to Wapito, Washington, and that she found a job there. She never elaborated on what or where her new job was at, but jobs are kind of hard to come by on the reservation. It is possible illegal activity could have been the source of the new job. I did see one source that said Jedida was last seen September 30th, the same day that Rosenda left with a friend in the Nissan. But since I have only seen this date cited one time, I am not sure if it is accurate. Authorities will not say where or how many times Jedida was shot. They are not even entirely sure if she was shot where she was found or just dumped there. She was found on November 30th, 2018. An autopsy was scheduled the next day, and she was identified by dentals and tattoos. Authorities are still investigating the murder of Jadida and Rosenda. The similarities of these two murders and the fact that they were friends is alarming. They ran in the same circle, and the same person could have killed them both. It was rumored that Rosenda was shot, but this has never been publicly released. It seems like they could have been silenced for something they knew about someone. There have been other murders on the Yakima Reservation that were done to silent witnesses. This is episode 12. Please join me for episode 13. I will be going over other missing and murdered indigenous people of the Yakima Indian Reservation. There were just too many cases for me to include in this video. It will also help paint a clearer picture of what was going on around the time that Rosenda and Jadida were murdered. I should have episode 13 out a week or so after this one. I will post a link in the description box, or you can simply search for the episode on my channel page. People mature over time, loyalties change, people go to jail, and people die. If you know something, please say something. Staying silent will never break the cycle. By letting authorities know what you know, you could possibly save other lives. There are certain times when we need to call and talk to police, and this is one of them. We can't let the people responsible get away with this. They should not be allowed to move in our society and instill fear into people and kill as they please. By standing up and speaking out, hopefully these murders will stop. If you have any information about Rosenda or Jadida, please call the Yakima Tribal PD at 509-865-2933. You can also call the FBI field office at 509-990-0857 or submit a tip online at tips.fbi.
Our Homeschool, the leader in providing online lessons.
Episode of the Sling Project, I'm going to be talking about the missing and murdered indigenous people from the Yakima Indian Reservation. Now, this video doesn't include all of the cases. If I did, this video would be like 2 or 3 hours long. That's how many bodies show up on this reservation. So if I did miss your loved one, please comment in the comment section their name and just a little bit about them. And in this video, I'm going to be going over some cases from the 1980s. They think that there was a serial killer down in the valley. And then I'm going to cap off the video with the mass shooting in White Swan in 2019. And before I get started, I just want to give a special shout out to Tammy Ayer with the Yakima Herald. She does a good job reporting on these cases, and if it wasn't for her, a lot of these cases would not get any media coverage. and also the Women of the War Cry podcast. They do an excellent job discussing topics that's affecting their communities. And if you would like to see more videos on missing and murdered Indigenous people, please consider subscribing to my channel. Let's get right into it. The Yakima Indian Reservation, also referred to as the Yakima Nation, is one of the largest tribes in Washington state. It is a beautiful place that has been scarred by violence. In the 2019 census, Native Americans made up 1.9% of the population of Washington state, but made up 6% of the total active missing person cases in the state. This percentage number is most likely higher due to all of the cases not being in the system, either by some people not being reported missing or by cases not being entered into the databases. The Yakima Nation alone had 32 open MMIW cases in 2019. These are alarmingly large numbers, a clear indication that something is not right. For decades, the Yakima Nation has endured so much heartache and bloodshed. A historically strained relationship with the FBI and common reservation problems like poverty, unemployment, domestic violence, drug and alcohol abuse leads to a sour situation. Researching through these cases, I noticed a common reoccurrence. The FBI did not even bother to interview a lot of family members of the missing and murdered. The FBI has reviewed a lot of these cases numerous times, but did not feel it was important to interview the people closest to the victims. Let's begin this journey starting in 1971. Janice Hannigan, 16 years old when she went missing on Christmas Eve in 1971. She was just discharged from the hospital after 3 days. She was being treated for several bruises to her head and chest. She walked out of the hospital and never was seen again. I have Janice profiled in my video of MMIWG of the 1970s. I will link it in the description box if you would like a more detailed account. Lasora Yvette Eli, 19 years old, was found face down in a drainage ditch by a farmer along Parton Road near Toppenish on February 2, 1982. Yakima County coroner labeled her death as an accidental drowning, but the FBI says her case is a possible homicide. Celeste Faye Spencer, 21 years old, was found at the bottom of a gully on McCullough Road along the north slope of Autumn Ridge on November 11, 1982. She was from Wapato and was missing for a couple weeks before being found. Her death was labeled as hypothermia and accidental. After her death, her 3-year-old son, Roland Jack Spencer III, went to live with her aunt. Roland was a special needs child and needed a lot of care. Roland was mentally disabled, had epilepsy, suffered from hearing loss, and limited vocab. He could only walk short distances and could go into a coma without his medication. Roland went missing May 25, 1984, near Night Lane and Campbell Road. His disappearance was classified as a non-family abduction. He has been declared legally dead and no trace of him has ever been found. Sarah Winier worked at the Save More Grocery in Wapato. At about 3:30 a.m. on July 22, 1985, she was found in a burning car near McDonald Road and a mile from Highway 97. She was in the driver's seat and was so badly burned that she had to be identified by dental records. Clydell Alice Sampson, 25 years old. Her skeletal remains were found on December 28, 1986. She was found south of Granger and the cause of death was a shotgun blast to the head. Babette Crystal Green, 26 years old. Her skeletal remains were found in the summer of 1987 near Wapato. The cause of death was listed as homicidal violence. Teresa Stahey, 25 years old. Her fully clothed body was found on July 7, 1987. Her body was caught in a fishing net in a canal near Toppenish Creek. She was dead less than 12 hours when found. The Yakima County coroner ruled out foul play and listed drowning as the cause of death. The FBI calls the death a mysterious death matter. Janice Marie Wilson, 20 years old, was from Toppenish. Her partially clothed body was discovered on August 8, 1987, near Granger. Janice died from a severe blow to the head. She was beaten so badly that she could only be identified through dental records. Janice was last seen 4 days earlier at a friend's house where she attended a party. She stayed the night there and decided to hitchhike the next day to Sunnyside to see her boyfriend. A woman reported that she heard screams coming from an orchard the night before she was found. She did not call for help when she heard this and only realized its importance after Janice's body was discovered. In 2009, a grant was funded and DNA
FBI alert, China attacks, critical U.S. infrastructure, national security reports, China's attacks on critical U.S. electric grid, food supply and water systems. FBI Director Wray warns China has successfully gained access to companies through
Propaganda crap.
In 2009, a grant was funded and DNA was collected from clothing at the crime scene and a suspect was named. Samuel Posada was arrested for first-degree murder and rape. He knew Janice from high school. He was living in Hermiston, Oregon at the time. His DNA was on file because his criminal record in Oregon. In 2011, Samuel waived his rights to a jury trial and had the judge decide his case. He was eventually acquitted of all charges related to Janice's death. Daisy Mae Heath, also known as Daisy Mae Tallman, 29 years old when last seen on August 30th, 1987. Daisy lived with her sister and was described as independent and very resourceful. She knew how to hunt, fish, and survive in the mountains. She frequently traveled from White Swan to Warm Springs, Oregon. She would often be away from home for short periods of time, but would always come back. She was eventually reported as missing on October 29, 1987. Soon after she disappeared, her backpack, keys, and ring were found near Soda Springs, north of White Swan. This area is closed to non-tribal members. Daisy was eventually declared legally dead in 1997. I did see in a report that authorities found human remains in late 2008. They were waiting DNA results because they thought it might be Daisy. This is all I could find. If you know who these remains belong to, please let me know in the comments section. Click on the FBI report link in the description box for reference to this. Karen Wallahy, 28 years old when she was last seen at the now closed Lazy R Tavern in Hera on November 7, 1987. She was last seen wearing a denim jacket, pink t-shirt, white shoes, and pink hair barrettes. There is no picture of her in NamUs. Parker Doe. The skeletal remains of a woman believed to be Native or Hispanic were found on February 16, 1988, near Parker Dam. Age estimates vary and have changed over time, but it is believed she is between 20 to 40 years old. She was about 5 feet tall, had black hair about 12 inches long. She was about 120 pounds and was wearing a long-sleeved blouse, lavender pants, brown bowling shoes, and the shirt had a label in Spanish. No cause of death was determined, and investigators think she may have went missing sometime in 1987. In October 2021, Parker Doe's remains were exhumed for DNA testing. The FBI paid $4,000 for this exhumation because they said it is probably homicide and they believe she is likely Native American. The casket was broken, but fortunately, she was buried inside a body bag. This helped protect her body from damage. Her DNA was able to be sequenced and was matched to her skull, which was being held at the King County Medical Examiner's office. Officials are now trying to find a match for her family tree. Joanne Betty John Wyman, 44 years old, was last seen August 1st, 1988 at a tavern in Brownstown and was the mother to 11 children. Her skull and other fragments were found on February 2nd, 1991 in the Mill Creek area southwest of White Swan. She was identified through dental records and the cause of death is listed as homicidal violence. Roselia So Happy was last seen on New Year's Eve of 1988. Her partially clothed body was found on March 13, 1989, in a remote ravine on the south slope of Autumn Ridge, north of Brownstown. She was strangled to death and identified through dental records. Sherry D. Sampson Elwell was 30 years old and was living with a woman in Wapato. Her friend did not see her for a week and called Sherry's mom. A few weeks went by and her body was found on December 30th, 1992 by a group of hunters northwest of White Swan. This area is described as close to non-tribal members. Autopsy says that she was strangled and her body is described as being sexually mutilated. Almost 2 years after her disappearance and death, her dad, Donnie Sampson, also went missing. He got a call one Sunday morning to go meet someone in the mountains. He never returned. Donnie worked for the tribe and was on the Code of Ethics Committee and was investigating a tribal police officer and members of tribal council when he went missing. His truck was found on October 30th, 1994, near Mount Adams. There was a gun in the truck that did not belong to him. The family was told by investigators that their dad got lost in the mountains. The family does not accept this explanation and believe that foul play was involved. Now, a lot of women have turned up missing or dead at this point. Many have common characteristics like being last seen at a bar, bodies being dumped in the same areas, being beaten and partially clothed. No arrests were made and no suspects have been identified. In February 1993, a Yakima tribal community meeting was scheduled to discuss all these deaths and disappearances and discuss talk of a serial killer. The FBI was invited and did not show up. When questioned about this, Special Agent William Gore said that they did not show up for the meeting because they were not formally invited. Tribal members denied this and felt as if the FBI did not care that their women were being slaughtered. In the 1980s, the FBI in Seattle was heavily tied up investigating the Green River killings. They were trying to identify a suspect. Gary Ridgway was not arrested until 2001. It is a probable assumption that the killings on the Yakima Reservation took a backseat in comparison to the Green River killer. The FBI also stated at the time that they are not sure that the killings on the Yakima Reservation are related to each other or that they are even all homicides. The FBI also stated and continue to claim that all these killings were not the work of a serial killer, but it leaves open the possibility that some of these killings are linked. In 2001, retired BIA investigator Manny Hall said that someone once said that they are either dealing with a serial killer or a bunch of killers. After the murder of Sherry Sampson Elwell, the deaths and disappearances seem to take a slight pause here. It makes me wonder if one person was really responsible for most of these deaths. Did the killer of these women die, move away, or go to jail? Serial killers sometimes get busy with their own lives. Perhaps this killer got married and started a family. But these deaths and But these deaths and disappearances did not stop here. They start to pick up again in the early 2000s and into present day. Most of the earlier killings were all classic MMIW cases. You could see the deaths and disappearances I'm about to talk about transform into more of MMIP cases. Two epidemics collide here: the missing and murdered indigenous people epidemic and the meth epidemic. Mix in the jurisdictional nightmare of Yakima Nation's checkerboard system, and it's the perfect storm. Roberta Jean Rains, 19 years old, when she was last seen July 10, 2001. She was last known to be with a man by the name of Jose Merced Zamora. Jose shot and killed a 17-year-old boy in 2002. He fled to Mexico and was arrested in 2007. When questioned about Roberta, he said they both fled to Mexico after the shooting and they eventually separated. His story cannot be confirmed. Alice Ida Looney, 38 years old. Alice was the youngest of 11 siblings. She did not drive and usually caught rides from people she knew and occasionally hitchhiked. It was reported that Alice had plans to attend treatment before she went missing. On August 14, 2004, Alice's sister Mary and her husband ran into Alice at Legends Casino. After they were done at the casino, Alice asked for a ride to Wapato. Her sister and brother-in-law dropped her off at the Roadrunner store in Wapato just before midnight. She was spotted at a bar after being dropped off. There were reports of her getting into a confrontation with a drug dealer. This account has not been confirmed. Her remains were found on November 30th, 2005 in Sadis Creek under a tree on a small island within the creek. This location is said to be 12 miles southwest of Toppenish. Autopsy said that she had been in the creek for more than a year and that she may have been strangled. Her body was severely decomposed and it could not be confirmed for certain. She was identified by dentals and metal rods in her leg from a car accident. Her death was ruled inconclusive. Anthony Colfax Peters, 56 years old, when last seen sometime in October 2014. His nickname is Tony. Anthony was homeless at the time he went missing and would stay with friends or relatives. He would sometimes go to Seattle for short periods of time. His primary source of income was his monthly tribal checks. These checks went uncollected after he was last seen. Justin Lee McConville was 24 years old when he was last seen sometime in January 2015 in Toppenish. He has native tattoos on both arms and back. He would often travel to Oregon and fish along the Columbia River. There is very limited info on his disappearance. Rosalita Longy was 18 years old when she was last seen on June 30th, 2015. Her nickname is Rose. She struggled with alcohol and drug dependency and was in and out of treatment since she was 16 years old. She was enrolled with the Rose was raised by her grandma since she was 2 years old. They lived in Wapato and Rose was at home at about 10 p.m. the night she went missing. She was under the influence and was asked to leave because this was against house rules. She has never been seen or heard from again. Felina Metzger was 33 years old when she was last seen on March 25th, 2016. She lived in a trailer on Barks Road in Hera. She was known to be sleeping in the trailer sometime between 2 and 3 p.m. that day. The next day, on March 26, 2016, someone went to the trailer and noticed that Felina was not there. Her blanket was also gone, along with some plastic that was covering some windows. A missing persons report was filed on April 1st, 2016. Her body was found on May 5th, 2016, near White Swan. Felina was shot in the head. She was positively identified 1 year later. Felina had a child with a man by the name of Donovan Culps. They were no longer together but remained very close. In September 2017, Donovan was arrested and eventually convicted for abducting and killing a man named Cameron Smith from a Cheney, Washington pot shop. Cameron would not sell marijuana to Donovan without ID. This angered Donovan, so he killed him. While awaiting his trial for the kidnapping and murder of Cameron, Donovan confessed to killing a man by the name of Neil Cloud. Donovan learned that Neil and his brother George Cloud were suspected by the FBI for killing Felina. George had thought that Felina was going to tell on him about a carjacking he had done. George had shot a woman in the leg and stole her car at a convenience store in Toppenish in March 2016. Donovan said in June 2017, Neil Cloud drove to his home in Hera. Donovan and a friend of his named George Skyhawk Thompson beat Neil unconscious and drug him behind his trailer to zip tie him. Neil woke up and Donovan stabbed him to death, then slit his throat. They wrapped Neil's body and dumped him in a field in Medicine Valley. 2 months later, Neil was reported missing. His remains were found on September 18, 2017, after Donovan's confession led authorities to the body. George Cloud was convicted for murdering Felina Metzger and got life in prison. Donovan Culps got 34 years in prison for the murder of Cameron Smith and a life sentence for the murder of Neil Cloud. Linda Day was 38 years old. Her body was discovered in February 2017 under a bridge on Highway 97 in Marion Drain Road near Toppenish. DOT employees found her while doing an inspection of the bridge. She was shot in the stomach and had been dead for about 6 weeks. Linda was positively identified by using DNA. There have been no arrests in her case. This is where the murders of Rosenda Strong and Jadita Moreno happened. For a detailed account of these 2 cases, please watch episode 12. I will link this in the description box. Elias Culps was 24
I thought that
Loves Germany, hello.
Elias Culps was 24 years old when he was last seen on December 27, 2018 in White Swan. His nickname is E-Dub. Elias was known to be in the tribal jail earlier in December before being released later in the month. He lived with his elderly grandmother and helped care for her. Little else is known about his disappearance. Alila Minthorn, 25 years old, nickname is Lala. She was last seen by her sister on May 3rd, 2019. Her sister Tanya said that when Lala showed up to her house that day, that something seemed off. Lala stayed for a while and said she had something to take care of. Before she left, Lala told Tanya, "If I don't come back, come looking for me." This was the last that Tanya heard from Lala. She was reported missing on May 9th, 2019. Tanya searched everywhere she could think of. Lala's body was found on May 29th, 2019 in a remote location on Autumn Ridge north of Brownstown. Police notified next of kin, but that person did not notify the rest of the family. So Tanya kept looking because she did not know that her sister had already been found, and she was very publicly outgoing about doing this. Tanya thought that authorities should have came to her and told her that Lala was found. She figured that they must have seen her out there looking for her after they found her. A witness came forward in mid-May and told what happened to Lala. The female witness said that she, another female, and a man by the name of Jordan Stevens picked up Lala from a homeless camp near Toppenish called the Compound. Jordan thought that Lala was going to tell on him for an attempted carjack, and he did. So they picked up Lala and drove her north of Brownstown. Jordan pulled out a rifle and shot Lala to death. After leaving the scene, they went to a bar in Brownstown. At the bar, the trio was seen cleaning blood in the car, and Jordan was brandishing the rifle. After cleaning up, Jordan was worried that his blood was at the crime scene. He returned and removed Lala's clothes off of her body. Jordan and the witness were arrested on May 20th. The female witness led them to Lala's body on May 29th. As of this recording, Jordan has been found guilty of the murder of Lala and is still awaiting sentencing. At the trial, the bar owner and witness named Tim Castilla was summoned to testify. He did not want to because he feared retaliation. Authorities had to arrest him to get him on the stand. On June 9th, 2021, he gave his testimony. Tim lived in the upstairs of his bar. 2 days after testifying, the bar was found burnt to the ground. Tim's remains were not in the fire, and he has not been seen since. The FBI and ATF are investigating. Josiah Hildebrand, 25 years old, and John Cleary, 47 years old. Josiah and John were traveling from California and were on their way to a Dead and Company concert at the Gorge Amphitheater in George Washington, which is about 90 miles from Toppenish. They were last known to be alive on Friday, June 7th, 2019. The car that they were traveling in was found abandoned the next day, partially burned in an orchard at 8100 Lateral B Road near Toppenish. They were missing for just over a year before their bodies were found on August 5th, 2020. Milepost 52 on Highway 97 when they were found under a pile of tires. This area is about 10 miles south of Toppenish. Josiah's mom started a Facebook page called Help Bring Josiah Home. She posted on there that Josiah and John stopped to help two stranded people, and that was the last time they were heard from. Tribal members built a memorial cross for Josiah and John and also advocate for them in their MMIP events. The FBI has been investigating this case since they first went missing. Nothing has been publicly released about the case and no arrests have been made. But it is believed to be connected to another case that happened the same day their car was found. On Saturday, June 8, 2019, 6 hours after Josiah's car was found and 30 miles away in White Swan, there was a shooting just after 4 p.m. Two men by the names of James Cloud and Donovan Cloud allegedly shot and killed 5 people at a trailer located on the 5100 block of Medicine Valley Road. They were also supposedly in the company of 2 other people. No information has been released about the motive or the relationships between the accused and the victims. Barely anything has been released besides the victims' names. They were: Number 1, Catherine Eno Squachos, age 49. Number 2, Dennis Overracker, age 61. Number 3, John Cagle, age 59. Number 4, Michelle Starnes, age 51. Number 5, Thomas Hernandez, age 36. A few neighbors who agreed to be interviewed for the newspaper said that they thought the trailer could be a drug house. They would see headlights go to the trailer at all hours of the night. One of the shooting victims was known to purchase drugs at the trailer in the past. Thomas Hernandez's girlfriend said that he was uneasy that day before he left home. He dressed out of his shorts and into a pair of pants. She also said that shortly before the shooting, he expressed concern of an act of retaliation on him. Thomas is the cousin of Donovan Culps. If you remember, he was the one who murdered Neil Cloud because he knew that he killed the mother of his child, Felina Metzger. On the day of the shooting, a car stopped by Thomas's house to pick him up. He then ended up at the trailer and was shot to death. Dennis Overracker's sister also gave an interview and said her brother was in a truck with 3 other people when they arrived at the trailer that day. She said Dennis was shot after one of the passengers went inside the trailer and discovered the other shooting victims. Men inside began to shoot at the truck. The driver of the truck was grazed in the head by a bullet, but still managed to hit the gas and get away from the trailer. Dennis's sister does not know if he even knew the people who lived at the trailer. After James and Donovan Cloud allegedly shot up the trailer, they kidnapped one of their victims' teenage sons and demanded car keys. James, Donovan, and their two friends forced the teen into his parents' car and drove away from the trailer. The car they stole from the trailer broke down about 10 miles away. The teenager they kidnapped was able to jump from the car and get away. It was reported that James and Donovan fled from the broke-down car and their two friends stayed behind. These people told authorities that James and Donovan shot the people at the trailer. There also was a shooting victim reported dead in a car. I am unsure if this was the car that James and Donovan stole from the trailer or if it was the truck that Dennis Overacker was in. So that would make 4 dead at the trailer and 1 dead in a car. After the car broke down, James and Donovan were desperate to get away. A call came into 911 about 4:49 p.m. There was a report of a home invasion and robbery on Evans Road near where the stolen car broke down. The caller said that 2 men showed up with guns and picked up a child and put a gun to their head. They demanded car keys and released the child when they were given the keys. A photo lineup was shown to the victims, and they identified Donovan Cloud as the person who pointed the gun at the child's head. Somehow, only James Cloud got away. It was reported that Donovan Cloud and their 2 friends at the broke-down car were arrested. James was apprehended later after he rolled the car he was driving. When police arrived, he ran into a field and tracking dogs were used to find him. At the time of this recording, their trial is scheduled to begin in February 2022. It is unknown if they will ever be charged with the deaths of Josiah Hildebrand and John Cleary, the 2 concert goers. It is highly suspected that drugs were the motive behind the shootings at the trailer. If you have any information about anyone featured in this video, please reach out to the Yakima Tribal PD at 509-865-2933 or the FBI at tips.fbi.gov. Your information will mean so much to the victims' families, more than you could possibly ever know. Thank you so much for watching today's video. If you enjoyed it, please give it a thumbs up and let me know what you think about all this in the comment section. There's a lot going on down there, and I do hope that these families could find peace one day and that they do get a proper investigation. And I will see you in the next video.
I wanted to get your opinion about, I didn't know what to expect when I opened this envelope, and here we have these colorful drawings. So the Happy Face Killer, he's known for sending these letters and artwork. What does it tell you? Why is he doing this?
He wants attention. He wants to keep a hook with you. He wants some kind of communication from you, probably affirmation from you that you're enjoying these, and that keeps him attuned to what you're doing and you attuned to what he's doing.
The eyes are very similar. They're shaped in a similar way, and to me, his eyes resemble him.
Amateur artists often will draw the same features the same way over and over because they don't know how to individualize them. I also kind of think he doesn't process the life spirit in people. He doesn't see what eyes really look like. I don't know that he's necessarily trying to make them look like him, but it does just look to me like an amateur.
I wanted to get your opinion about, I didn't know what to expect when I opened this envelope, and here we have these color.
I'm Howie Mandel, the newest ambassador of Skechers. Funny story how I became an ambassador. I went to the store and I lied and said I was an ambassador. Do I get a discount? The owner called me and said, would you like to be an ambassador of Skechers? And I said, yes. Try Skechers slip-ins.
In a letter to Channel 2 News, Keith Jesperson says he wants to make a full confession for his crimes as the so-called Happy Face Killer. The top and bottom carry the Happy Face sign Jesperson says he used as a trademark for his murders. And in a telephone conversation from the Clark County Jail, Jesperson went into even more detail about the killings.
Well, I am responsible for the Happy Face killing, which includes 8 people in 5 states. And there are a lot of victims out there, and I'm very sorry. I didn't, for the life of me, I can't understand myself why.
The 40-year-old long-haul truck driver says he murdered a total of 8 people in Washington, Oregon, California, Florida, and Wyoming over the course of 5 years. Jesperson says he started drawing the smiley face symbol to tempt investigators into tracking him.
I wanted it known. I wasn't trying to brag that I was, and then I sat down with my conscience and started writing something.
But it wasn't until last March when authorities found the body of 41-year-old Julie Winningham dumped along the Camas Highway that investigators began linking the cases. They arrested and charged Jesperson in the Camas Highway killing. Jesperson says he doesn't really know why he started his killing spree.
I wasn't out chasing around and trying to grab what I could out in the street. If that was the case, I've given rides to people all over the country, and no, I'm not out looking for it. I just got caught in a situation where it was whatever.
Jesperson's confessing, he says, because he believes at least one person's been imprisoned for crimes he committed. Keith Jesperson takes steps toward a court appearance he's tried to avoid for years,
as well as an order entering a plea of no contest to the aggravated murder count.
After prosecutors read off the charges, and with the victim's family looking on, Jesperson gave grisly details of how in 1990 he killed 23-year-old Tanya Bennett in his apartment.
And forced my fist into her throat, and later grabbed the rope and tied it around her neck securely, and she was dead.
Jesperson says he left the body in the Columbia Gorge, then cleaned up his house.
Washed the carpet, I washed the blood off the walls, what I could, and eventually painted the walls of the house I was in, and tried to forget about it.
I will assign an order entering a finding of guilty.
Under oath, Jesperson denied knowing John Sosnowski or Laverne Pavlinac, 2 people already serving time for the murder. Pavlinac's been hoping Jesperson's confessions set her free.
There's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, I'm hoping.
And Laverne Pavlinac's daughter sees today's court action as another step toward her mother's freedom.
And we're hoping that these legal proceedings pave the way for Mom to be released.
Has she said anything to you today about this?
I haven't talked to her today, but I'm sure that I'll talk to her this evening. She's very anxious to come home.
She thought her mother would come home last week, but a Marion County judge refused to release Pavlinak and Sosnovsky, saying there's no proof to show they didn't help Jesperson commit the murder. Deputy DA Jim McIntyre believes Jesperson's guilty plea today can change that.
He has become evidence that we intend to use.
Which means this confessed serial killer may have finally given prosecutors enough evidence to set 2 imprisoned people free. Bob High, Channel 2 News. As authorities build murder cases around the claims of Keith Jesperson, the self-proclaimed happy-face killer appears in Clark County Court. A judge today continued a gag order against Jesperson, limiting his contact with others before he goes on trial for murdering a Camas woman. Now, some Oregon authorities are convinced Jesperson is in fact the serial killer he claims to be. The other case closest to being tied to Jesperson is the death of 23-year-old Lori Pentland of Carlton. She was found strangled behind a store in Salem in 1992. Investigators in Marion County are waiting for forensics results to confirm their suspicion that Pentland is one of Jesperson's victims. Jesperson earned the nickname the Happy Face Killer in letters to Channel 2 News and other media outlets, claiming responsibility for 8 murders. The notes included happy face insignias. Right now, Jesperson is charged in the March murder of Julie Winningham in Washougal. He's also a suspect in a January killing in Nebraska, an unsolved murder in Florida, the 1992 strangling of Lori Pentland in Salem, and he's at the center of a review in the 1990 murder of Tanya Bennett along the Crown Point Highway. Laverne Pavlinak and John Sosnovsky were sentenced to life terms in connection with Bennett's murder, a case Pavlinak says she tricked authorities into believing. Multnomah County authorities say they're still trying to confirm Jesperson's claims of responsibility.
Warning. Kinda Murdery contains adult themes, explicit language, and descriptions of violence. It is not suitable for anyone, and we recommend you stop listening now.
True crime with a dash of the paranormal, the garish, the strange, and the darkly comic. I'm Zevin Odelberg, host of Kinda Murdery, a podcast that's about more than just murder. It's my very own pocket dimension, home to a curated collection of bizarre and compelling stories, the unsolved, the unsettling, and the unbelievable. I cover it all, just so long as it's kinda murdery. Hello everyone. As always, just like it says in the intro, I am Zevin Odelberg, and this is Kinda Murdery, and I am so glad that you're joining me here today. Last week we dipped our toes in the lighter side of true crime, relatively speaking, with the story of the Barefoot Bandit. Today we're headed back to the dark, ugly alleys of human nature to meet another serial killer, another American monster, Michael John Bray, the serial rapist and murderer who would become famous, infamous, notorious as Cowboy Mike. So if you're ready for another bumpy ride through terrible things that have been but should never be, then please join me as we uncover what truths we can and solve what mysteries we may. Kinda Murderies, American Monster, Cowboy Mike, starts now. Just over 2 decades ago, in the summer of 2001, a predator walked among the unsuspecting residents of western Washington. He moved quietly, slipping through towns and hamlets and leaving devastation in his wake. This man, this American monster, was Michael John Bray, better known as Cowboy Mike. He was a serial killer and serial rapist who left behind him a tragic trail of violence, terror, and shattered lives. And the authorities might never have caught him if it weren't for the courage of a single woman who provided a tip that ultimately led to his arrest. Cowboy Mike didn't look like your typical killer, whatever it is we think your typical killer looks like. He was in his early 40s, tall and lean, with a rugged cowboy charm that allowed him to slip easily into the nightlife of Washington's small towns. Wearing his signature jean jacket and cowboy hat, he could blend in with the regulars at local watering holes like Bailey's Lounge in Olympia, the Red Barn in Grand Mound, and the Roadside Inn Tavern in Glenoma. But behind that disarming exterior was a man with dark and hideous intentions. Lori Jones was one of the first to fall into Bray's deadly web that summer. She'd gone to Bailey's Lounge in Olympia for what should have been a normal Saturday night out. Lori had been stood up by an online date, and maybe she just needed to forget about it for a while, to lose herself in the music and the comfort of strangers. But that night, she met Cowboy Mike. The two danced together, drank whiskey, and seemed to hit it off. To the barman and the other patrons, they might have looked just like another couple enjoying a night out. But for Lori, the night would end in tragedy. Lori's daughter Elisa had been away on a fishing trip that weekend. When she returned home, she knew immediately that something was wrong. The apartment was eerily quiet, and her mother was nowhere to be found. In a state of growing panic, Elisa approached the building manager and asked him to help her unlock the door. When they opened it, the sight that greeted them was beyond anything Elisa could have imagined. Lori's naked body lay hidden beneath the bed, a pillowcase over her head. She'd been raped and strangled. Her life moment of unforgivable violence. It was a brutal and calculated murder, and by the time her body was discovered, Michael John Bray was long gone. The police were called and the investigation began. Lori's apartment became a crime scene, and detectives combed through every inch of it, searching for clues that might point them toward the killer. What they found was a cigarette butt in the toilet, a small screwdriver on the bedside table, and Lori's purse with a receipt from Bailey's Lounge. But it wasn't just these items that told the story of her last night. It was the fingerprint on the window blind and the DNA left on her body. Those would be the key to solving the case. But for now, the trail led back to Bailey's Lounge, where a bartender confirmed that Lori had spent the night drinking and dancing with a man who seemed very familiar. He described a tall man with cowboy boots and a hat, a man who had introduced himself as Mike. The bartender also remembered the charming cowboy's favorite drink, a snake bite, Yukon Jack with a shot of lime juice. This tiny circumstantial detail would become one of the few reliable pieces of evidence that detectives could use to trace Cowboy Mike's movements across Washington state. But by the time detectives were able to piece together that Michael John Bray was their suspect, he was already gone. He'd slipped out of Olympia and vanished in the wind, leaving behind nothing but a cold trail and a growing sense of dread for the small communities of western Washington. For a while, it seemed like Bray might get away with it. He was an expert at evasion, a man who knew how to disappear when the heat got too close. But even as he fled, the noose was tightening around him. Detectives were piecing together his movement, tracking him from town to town as he moved through the Pacific Northwest like a shadow. They knew that if they didn't catch him soon, more women would fall victim to his violent urges. They knew it, and they were right. Bray's next stop was Yakima, a city nestled in the eastern side of the state. It was there that he reunited with his on-again, off-again girlfriend, Marshall Morgan. They'd spent time together before, drinking and laughing in bars like the Red Barn in Grand Mound, but this time their reunion would end in blood. Bray shot Marshall in the head, leaving her for dead in a ditch on the outskirts of town. Miraculously, Marshall survived, though she would never be the same. The bullet that should have killed her instead left her with permanent brain damage, robbing her of her memories and her ability to fully understand what had happened to her. While Marshall Morgan lay bleeding and broken, Bray moved on like nothing had happened. He walked into another Yakima bar, calm as ever, and charmed yet another woman. This time, his target took him home. She had no idea that she was inviting a monster into her life. The next morning she woke up disoriented, her clothes missing, and her body bearing the signs of a brutal assault. It wasn't until she saw Bray's face in the newspaper that she realized the truth. She had been violated by the man known as Cowboy Mike. The fear that gripped Yakima and the surrounding areas was palpable. This wasn't just another criminal on the loose. This was a man with a history of violence, a man who had already left a trail of victims across the state. The authorities knew they were dealing with a predator who wouldn't stop until he was caught, or worse, until he slipped away for good. And even then, of course, he wouldn't stop. They just wouldn't have caught him. But Bray wasn't done with small-town Washington yet. After the attack in Yakima, he fled westward back toward Glenoma. Glenoma was the kind of place where nothing much ever happened. It was a small town tucked away in the shadow of the mountains, where at an unhurried pace. This small, quiet town seemed like the perfect place for a man on the run to disappear. And it was here at a local garage sale that Bray made his next move. Instead of violence and violation, for now anyway, Mike offered only music, bringing out his guitar and strumming tunes for the people gathered there, blending in as if he were just another passerby. Among those who fell under his spell was Brenda Keene, a local resident. Bray and Keene ended up spending the night together at the Roadside Inn, a small out-of-the-way tavern. But in an odd twist, Bray deviated from his MO and didn't harm Brenda. He left the next morning, slipping away as quietly as he'd arrived. It was saw his face in the newspaper that she realized just how close she'd come to death. She immediately contacted the authorities, providing them with a crucial piece of information, the license plate number of Bray's car. They tracked Bray's movements, narrowing in on his location, and the chase was on. It was the kind of chase you'd expect to see in a movie, fast, dangerous, and filled with twists and turns. Bray was driving a blue Nissan pickup when the police caught sight of him at a truck stop along Interstate 84 near the Idaho-Oregon border. When officers tried to pull him over, Bray hit the gas, sending his truck speeding down the highway. The police gave chase, their lights flashing at him through the winding roads of the Pacific Northwest. But Bray wasn't about to be caught that easily. He'd spent his whole life running, evading the law, and he wasn't about to stop now. And he made a bold move. He swerved off the road, his truck barreling through a barricade set up by the police. The truck crashing through trees and brush until it came to a stop at the edge of the Snake River. With the police closing in, Bray jumped out of the truck and made a run for the water. The Snake River was wide and fast-moving, its current strong enough to pull a man under in seconds. But Bray didn't hesitate. He dove in, peering beneath this from the shore. For a moment, it seemed like he might escape. The river was treacherous, and the police were reluctant to follow him into the freezing waters. But they couldn't just let him done. So they sent a police dog after him, the animal plunging into the water with the same determination that had driven the officers in their pursuit. As Bray swam, the dog closed in on him. He tried his neck as he attempted to drown it in the churning water. It was a desperate, violent struggle, man against beast, and for a moment it held on, refusing to let go even as the current threatened to pull them both under. The struggle, both man and beast fighting for survival. Bray's muscles strained as he tried to subdue the police dog, his fingers digging into its fur, attempting to force its head beneath the icy water. But the dog was just like this. It fought back with equal ferocity, teeth sinking into Bray's arm, holding years of training could produce. The water churned wildly around them, the current tugging at Bray's legs as he thrashed against the dog. But even as the river pulled the Cowboy Mike's breaths came in ragged gasps as he struggled to keep his head above the water. For a moment it looked like the river itself might win, dragging both of them beneath the surface, erasing any trace of the chase. But then, through the spray and the chaos, made their move. They'd been tracking Bray from the shore, maneuvering their boat closer with every passing second. Now, with the fight reaching its peak, they seized their opportunity, the boat's precision, and the officers leapt into action. They pulled Cowboy Mike out of the river, wrestling him onto the deck as he fought with them with what little strength he had. It was no use. The officers held him down, securing him in cuffs as the dog paddled to the shore. Its job. Mike's face was pale, his body soaked and trembling from the cold. His once cocky demeanor, a look of sheer exhaustion. The Snake River had nearly claimed him, but the law had come out on top this time, and the long chase to capture the monster known as Cowboy come to an end. But even in custody, Michael John Bray didn't go quietly. In the days following his capture, he remained defiant, insisting that he had nothing to do with the murders and assaults he'd been accused of. He clung to his story, claiming that he was an innocent man, a drifter who had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. But the evidence told a different story. Once Bray was behind bars, investigators began to piece together the full scope of his crimes. That he matched Bray's, and his fingerprint on the window blind of her apartment tied him directly to the scene of the crime. The prosecution's case was Bray from trying to play the system one more time. During his trial, Bray took the stand in his own defense, a move that was foolish. He testified that he and Lori had engaged in consensual sex that night and that he had left her alive and well when he walked out of the apartment. But the jury saw through his lies, undeniable, and the timeline of events didn't match his story. After a 3-week trial, the jury took only 2.5 hours to deliberate before rape and second-degree murder. The conviction marked the end of Cowboy Mike's reign of terror, but for many it came far too late. The families of his victims were left to pick up the pieces of their lives shattered by his violence. The survivors, those who had grasped, were haunted by the memories of what he had done to them. Justice had been served, but the scars of this American monster. In the years that followed, more details about Bray's life and crimes began to emerge. He was suspected of being involved in the disappearances and deaths of multiple women across the Pacific Northwest, though concrete evidence was harder to come by in those cases. Among his suspected victims was Susan Alt, a woman who had gone missing just weeks before Bray's arrests. Witnesses had seen her arguing with Bray shortly before her disappearance, and though her body was never found, prey to Cowboy Mike. In a hearing in late 2000, this was before the spree that we've just discussed, under community supervision after violating his probation for an earlier conviction related to a jail escape. But instead of strict monitoring, required him only to pay fines. It was a baffling oversight, and one that would allow him to remain free, famously, as we've already discussed, to the murderous spree that would eventually see him captured in 2001. These terrible crimes, law enforcement had known that Bray was a dangerous man. In 1998, the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office deputy investigating the death of another woman in Oregon suspected Bray and wanted to make sure he didn't slip through the cracks again. The deputy requested to be notified 24 hours before Bray's release if it ever came to that. And Bray wasn't just a suspect in that one death. He'd also been arrested or investigated with rapes that never made it to trial. Each time, he had evaded serious consequences, slipping out from under the justice system's grasp like a snake shedding its skin. Perhaps that's why the snake's favorite cocktail. Regardless, the repeated failure to hold him accountable allowed Michael John Bray's violence unchecked. The system that had allowed Bray to remain free for so long. Lawsuits were filed against the state, particularly the Department of Corrections, for their failure to adequately supervise Bray, who was supposed to have been on a tight leash. By all accounts, at least under heavy supervision. Instead, he moved freely from town to town, killing, raping as he pleased. Victims sought justice in civil court, demanding accountability for the state's failures. In the end, the Department of Corrections was forced to settle the lost families of the victims. But for those families, no amount of money could ever make up for the loss they had suffered. They had been failed by a system that had been devastating. Even as the lawsuits wound down and the dust began to settle on Cowboy Mike's case, Bray for prison officials. He'd always been a man who refused to be confined, and even behind bars, he continued to test the limits of the system 5 times during his incarceration, the most notable being in 2005, when he used a toothbrush to pick a lock and tried Yakima County Jail. Each time his attempts were thwarted, but they only added to his notoriety, his reputation as a feral man who refused to be caged. In 2008, Michael John Bray was finally convicted of the murder of Lori Jones after a 3-week trial. And that is for Lori, but the unanswered questions about Bray's other suspected crimes continued to haunt the investigation, responsible for the deaths of multiple women, but the concrete evidence was scarce. Pushed for the maximum sentence, knowing that they were dealing with a man who had a long history of violence and evasion. In the end, Cow nearly 48 years in prison, enough time to ensure that he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. For the families of the victims closest, they would get to closure. As of the release of this episode, Michael John Bray remains incarcerated at the Washington State Penitentiary under strict supervision. He's no longer the cowboy drifting from town to town, leaving a trail of destruction behind him. His days of freedom are over, but the scars he left will never completely fade. I'm Zevin Odelberg, and this kind of.
If you like the show, please subscribe, review, and tell your friends. You can find us on social media at Kind of Murdery or email